Okay, we're back. We're back. Have you missed me? I've missed me. Okay, next on the list here, Neil Gershenfeld. Physicist, director at MIT's Center for Bits and Atoms, and co-author of Designing Reality. Fair enough. Neil Gershenfeld's last question is there a Turing test for living rather than thinking that can distinguish animate from automata? Is there a Turing test for living rather than thinking can distinguish animate from automata? So let's unpack that little intellectual steamer trunk. Turing test was originally Alan Turing, father of the basically father of the computer, right? Said Turing test is like you gotta. I think originally it was like passing a note between the door or something, but basically, is a computer good enough to convince you that it's a human by talking with it for 5 minutes? Can it convince you? Can it convince somebody that it's a human or could be human? That would be kind of the Turing test for AI or what we would call intelligence. That was the original idea of a Turing test, but now this is for living rather than thinking. So what is some type of handy little test that you could give to distinguish, let's say, an animate, let's say animal, from automata, let's say something that was, well, we gotta, here's where you start getting really particular about your words and what they're meaning. I want to just go ahead and say, an animal's biological creature from, oh man, I need beer. Because you could just say, if I wanted to make it simple on myself, which would still be incredibly hard, I could say, a biological animal as we understand that from robot and AI, blah, 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 blah. That would, in a way, simplify things. But I don't know necessarily that the substitutions I'm making for the words that he's putting in here for animate and automata are ones that he would completely agree with. But I'm going to just use that anyway. How could you tell something is alive? Or if it's just going through the motions? You could do it. You could say one version of that Turing test is if you've got bacteria in one corner and a virus in the other corner, what does the virus have to say to convince the bacteria it's one of them? That would be one, well, cheeky monkey way to think about it. Well, how the hell do you define life? That's a whole freaking subject right there, isn't it? Just, just, just wait. If it doesn't fuck after a while, it's not living. Uh, that's only 74% joke. I mean, what is the criteria for calling something living? You know, let's say it has to process. It has to take inputs and use those inputs to create some type of output, or it has to do that machine part, but the machines do that too. Just what we would call a machine does that too. So that's necessary but not sufficient to call it living. That's necessary but not sufficient. It's got to take some part of what we call nature and destroy it to further its own goals. That's necessary but not sufficient. Would it have to be subject to evolutionary rules? But then you have to frickin', how can you just look at the thing and say, oh, it's not subject to evolution? I mean, that's a dark red herring. So, is a virus alive? A virus can't do what it does without hijacking or inserting itself into the machinery of cells. Oh, it's just code. Is code living? We're going to say code isn't living, right? Because RNA is basically just code. Most people would consider RNA isn't alive. What is the questions are going to be answered very quickly. I can already tell. In one corner, we've got virus, just a piece of code. Can't do anything by in and of itself, but put it in the right environment and it could do wonders. On the other corner, we've got bacteria. Thinking of code, I'm thinking of almost the applets versus apps versus, what's the smallest thing you have to do to be considered a program? to say that anything living has to hack entropy. So, but does that mean you could have non-living things? Can you have AI that hacks entropy? Of course. You gotta eat. It's gotta eat something. It's gotta process something. Does it have to change? The hell does it have to change? And change could include reproduction. Call that change. Going back to the old. But, automatic could change too. Frickin' cellular automata can change. So that even if it does, it's not sufficient to distinguish it. Is there a zombie test? Is that another way of saying this? He acts just like you and me, but there's nothing inside. How would you know? Actually goes back to the last question about intersubjectivity, right? I mean, I think my answer to this intersubjectivity probably links up to the answer to the Turing test here. Because how would we ever really know that somebody else isn't a zombie if there's no way of complete intersubjectivity? Yeah, so the answer is no. Which is good, because if I said yes, then I would have to kind of spell out what the test might be. But the answer is no. There is no absolute definitive test that's going to be able to tell you I don't like that answer. Is life only are we only is our separation of the living and the non-living so specious and self-serving that we're drawing huge barriers where the reason we're drawing the huge barriers is just because we've got one sample of life that's led to us and then everything else. But once we get out into the great universal mall of potentiality and all this stuff, we won't. I mean, I don't think. First of all, you haven't. No one's really defined life. What is life in the first place? So So I could just be real cheap. Excuse me, just say, hey, we haven't defined life. How the hell are we going to define a test for it? You can't test for something you haven't defined. And we don't have a good definition for life other than this mush in our heads that we sometimes put words around, but they're not. It's not math. We don't have the math for life. So we can't test a null hypothesis when we don't have a null hypothesis. Or the right words that go in for the words that I said. So, Neil Gershenfeld, the answer to your last question, is there a Turing test for living rather than thinking that can distinguish animate from automata? The answer is there is not. I'm not a fan of the implications for that answer. But yeah, it's like we keep getting a little bit less special. It's like first we were humanity was the center of everything, and then everything revolved around this, everything revolved around us, including the sun, and we were the center of everything. And now it's just like, oh no, there's solar systems everywhere, and there's life blah blah blah, and now it's like living isn't even really that. It's just another subspecies of types of existence. It's like living isn't even that. You can't even. It is what it is. If that's the answer, that's the answer. What are you gonna do? Thank you, Neil Gershenfeld. Next we have. Why does it keep doing this? I'm talented. Give me 1 second here. So good. Prayers were answered. Okay. Next one here is, I apologize if I get the name wrong, but as I've said before, I'm glad I might be getting so many names wrong, because we're getting great intellectual output from every corner of the globe, all 7 corners of the globe. But we're just, getting brilliant thoughts from all over the world. That's a good thing. So anyway, Asif A. Ganzafar, professor of neuroscience, psychology, and ecology and evolutionary biology. That's a mouthful. At Princeton. A wonderful air hockey team. Asif's last question is, what behaviors are we attributing only to brain mechanisms that may be better explained by considering biomechanics? Okay, so let's start defining words. A word is a collection of letters that biomechanics. So when I think biomechanics, I think, if I thought of, let's take the mechanics out, or let's take the bio out, and it's just like the mechanics is the study of the structure of how physical systems interoperate, or it's that structure and that operation of physical systems, how they move, how they interact to produce an output. Let's add bio. So it's okay. Now we're talking about biological beings, understanding of how they move and their structure, how these things interoperate to. Okay. Now. Okay. So we've got a better idea of biomechanics. What behaviors are we attributing to brain mechanisms? Yeah, because we've said, oh, it's all here. It's all this little homunculus right here is controlling all of this stuff. But is this not the only? Are there other systems, or maybe not even what you would even call a system, but just a freaking, a hook and a ladder, chutes and ladders or whatever that does this thing, and the brain just interfaces with the output of that or whatever, and just says, "Oh, okay." But you're doing this thing is doing its thing. It's just saying, "Hey, dude, I'm doing this," and the brain's not. That's kind of the way I'm thinking of it, although I probably expressed it much, much better than. Uh, it, have we become neural narcissists, neural solipsists? Yeah, are we taking credit as our brain taking credit for as the brain cashing checks the body earned? He's saying yes, and which ones are they? Well, I feel like we'd have to have a study of the networks and the networks in our body, the networks of nerve cells and all that kind of stuff. But I think he also might be saying that it's outside of that particular network, possibly. Hey, we know that our brains aren't responsible for everything that a cell does, right? We don't have any direct neural connection between a synapse and a cell in our body saying, okay, cell, this is what you do now. So we have to say that there is, if the brain is, just go with me for a moment, if the brain is the genetic code, then there has to be biomechanical epigenetics. You get my drift. If what's telling a cell to do what that cell's doing, because they don't all do the same thing. They get differentiated. It isn't just genetics that's doing that. It isn't just our brain that's doing that. Because you can't. It's okay. So it's environmental conditions, hormone levels, other senses that. Okay, I might be going somewhere. It seems like it's parallel to the question of what other senses haven't we discovered yet, or it may be parallel to a question like that, because I feel like in order to be able to do something, to take an input, process whatever, you've got to have some kind of sensor, some sense making something that acts upon the result of that whatever. If it's a presence or a lack of a certain hormone or the level of a certain hormone, then a cell's going to do this, or it's going to do that, or it's going to do whatever. If it's so, it's kind of like how many different interfaces are there to our own bodies that are not either not accessible by the nervous system or at least not controlled by the nervous system. I'm kind of saying the same question in a different way, but I think it has to do with studying of our undiscovered, untapped senses. What is the epigenetics of biomechanics? What is the because you got the cells, you've got developments. I mean, but that's for development. But that stuff is going on all day, every day. You got, what other levels besides this level of cellular are biomechanical constraints, limitations, environmental variables. What systems are taking those as input and using those to do whatever. And what and then you want to say what behaviors. Okay, so is hunger. Well, hunger isn't a behavior. It's a feeling. Is scratching your ass when your ass itches better explained by biomechanics than our brain mechanism? Well, for that example, doesn't the shit. This could almost go back to that testing with the, you have to assume that, okay, you've got a nerve or whatever on your ass that's itching, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Send the signal up the old CNS up to some place in the brainstem that goes, oh, itch. Ass itches, itch ass. Move hand to skin, itch ass. We're assuming that that's going on. Does that absolutely have to be going on? We're conscious of it. Sometimes we're not conscious when we do that stuff. We're certainly not conscious when we do it in our sleep. Is the consciousness of that just a handy little thing to make sure we don't go batshit crazy, but it's for the most part superfluous, because we're not always conscious of that when we do it, right? I'm going to keep going. You've got freeze frame on my amazing mug here with, I can see I don't even think I'm in focus. Whatever. It is what it is. We got to nail this one down here. What behaviors are we attributing only to brain mechanisms that may be better explained by considering biomechanics? You no longer have my mug. This is it. Guy is having its way with us. Asif Ganzafar, interesting question. I'm tempted just to say scratching your own ass is better explained by biomechanics, but we're just We're just getting updated just to like keep the rest of it sane. I think that was like a that was an added that was an interface that was an integration project that was added on after the fact, neuronally. Yeah, but I'm not really answering the question either because a brain mechanism doesn't have to be a conscious brain mechanism. He's talking about stuff that just doesn't at all go up to any area of the old cortical, or at least an explanation at the level of the brain is not the most useful or information containing explanation. It's like saying you could describe uh, an air conditioner in terms of at a quantum mechanical level, like you could do that, but the explanation would not be nearly as information rich and as explanatorily powerful as explaining it on a larger level of the mechanics of it and of the energy input and output at a much higher level. So what stuff is better explained at the process of biomechanical level rather than the orchestra upstairs. Why should we? At what things should we be looking at the the, the oboe and the third chair to describe rather than the conductor? Well, think of it musically. You've got an orchestra. A lot of these analogies aren't going to work because if the analogy worked, somebody had thought of it already. Oh, let's just go with it. You've got an orchestra, and you've got the whole thing going on. You got all the instruments, and they're working together to do something. You got one oboe. He's got a very, let's say, in relationship to the entire piece, it's a very simple part of it. It is, in a way, self-contained within the unit. It needs to be coordinated. Well, okay, that might be something. Could you go along the path of what things need less centralized coordination? What types of behaviors need less centralized coordination in order to be a successfully outputting system, behavior, whatever? Or don't need real-time or close to real-time coordination and feedback. So could you say regeneration of muscle tissue? That probably isn't done by the brain, right? It's just stuff inside the muscles and the relations of chemicals that it's best done by that. But that's not a behavior. He's talking about behavior. Why do you say, I want to get rid of that word behavior? Because I had something. Behavior's tough. What behaviors are most akin to exercising a muscle or scratching your ass, which isn't scratching your ass? Get away from scratching your ass. What's another behavior that's like exercising of a muscle? Could there be large one way of thinking of it would, one is what doesn't necessarily require the utmost in orchestration, we'll call it, because we can think of the brain as kind of like the conductor. Another way to conceptualize it might be the stuff that is so deeply ingrained in our, it's so close to basically just the base level functioning of, stuff that it okay, so we're going to say talking needs the brain. We're going to say cellular division and differentiation does not need the brain. What are the steps and what other stuff is there between there that doesn't need to be orchestrated by the brain or the whatever mental signals as inputs, or where that level of analysis doesn't yield the results of just thinking in terms of biomechanics, just thinking in terms of the soupy engineering, the cranks and levers of the physics of biology that just, they gonna do what they gonna do. And how do you extrapolate that, or Claude Shannon it? How do you recapitulate that at higher levels till it turns into what we would look at as a behavior? When an elephant swats its tail, does it know it's swatting its tail? Does it feel like it's swatting its tail? And even if it's a conscious, it probably still goes through the brain. But when we trace that whole story, how big of a part does the brain play? Even if we assume that the brain is in there. Is he just, a supporting character in that whole thing? Is he just get the, don't forget to call Charlie, tell Charlie we did this. Charlie being the brain. Let him know, just so, he doesn't go batshit crazy, but we got it. Just let him know we did it. Because that would be the inroads for, you could use that as the back door to understanding consciousness, right? Or at least as one back door to kind of understanding consciousness. Flip the question around. We can understand consciousness by understanding all the things that aren't conscious. Or at least defining everything that doesn't require a brain or orchestration, and then defining that out of the way. I don't know if that's where he's going, but it seems like one area to go. What behaviors are attributed only to brain mechanisms? I guess that's why they call it the last question, because they're not easy. Did I lose? I'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Concentrate. Concentrate. You're 45 for 45. You don't want to miss one now. Come on, Mickey Mantle. I think you ever had that where like your hand or whatever, it does this thing where it just I've had this a few times, and it just like whatever you got a nerve cross or something, and it's just like, but that would still, if you're talking about nervous system, you're still going up to the, you're still doing that whole thing. The nervous twitch already includes nerve in there. I think he's trying to say screw the nerve. Could that be part of the auto, well, the two different types of the nervous system, right? The one you can control and the one you can't. Okay, so the answer, Sif Ganzafar, to your last question of what behaviors are we attributing only to brain mechanisms that may be better explained by considering biomechanics, is, Christ, I just had it. I just had it. What's the freaking condition where you lose control of your whatever nervous system, and you I tell myself what's epilepsy. Man. Annoys me. Okay, so Asif A. Ganzafar, the answer to your last question of what behaviors are we attributing only to brain mechanisms that may be better explained by considering biomechanics is talk to someone with epilepsy and do the photo negative of someone with epilepsy and someone with not, or do the nervous system intersection of those two things. That will give you your answer. I gotta take a break because the whole world's falling apart, and I hope I'll be back. No one knows. We're back again. I'm technical. Oh, I've been told by so here it's joke time. Favorite dirty joke? I hope you're all adults in the audience. There's two guys, and they're walking down the sidewalk, and they see this dog, and the dog's licking his balls. And one guy goes to the other guy, "Man, I wish I could do that." And the guy goes, "Maybe you should start by petting him." I love that joke because it's disgusting on about 7 different levels. Anyway, we're back with our next Ed's questions, and we are in the middle of the G's. So, gee dang. Our next question comes from Steve Giddings. who's a theoretical physicist and professor, Department of Physics, that would make sense, at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Isn't Santa Barbara like a soap opera or something like that? Anyway, Steve Giddings' last question is there a single theory of physics? Top. And what is it? Can I pretend like I don't understand the nature of the sentence? And how would you distinguish a theory of physics versus a theory of everything? If you knew the answer to that question, you'd probably know what the single theory of physics is. Well, obviously, I'm not going to interrupt my streak to get something wrong here. So as long as takes me, yes, we're going to come up with the and what is it. We're going to come up with that, a 2, of course, because I'm not breaking my streak now. Is there a single theory of all physics? Well, what do we mean by theory? Explanatory framework. I know he wants to say, like I know Steve. One could be tempted to say a formula or group of formulas from which everything comes out of the bottle. You tell me why the shape of the bottle needs to be the shape that it needs to be, and then everything just flows from that. Is there one of those, and then what is it? Well, I'm tempted to say yes, and I'm tempted to say it's going to look a lot more like economics than we think it is, or than we typically think, and probably state it. I'm just trying to think of the... I can't say anything smarter than that. So sometimes I like to say things that just... Deepities. I'm a big fan of deepities. You never know. Yeah, it might get you somewhere. You just keep plugging away. It might go somewhere. Yes, there's a theory of everything, but it's going to be stated in terms more familiar to an economist than whatever. Shut up. And what is it? Okay. Something underneath quantum mechanics, underneath relativity. It has all the beauty of string theory, but actually does something. Does everything. Kind of. What's the single crank? What's the first crank? You can't describe it in like a particle thing because it almost has to be kind of it's almost a level of like a logical thing. Like, something so simple as like a relationship must exist, or something. What describes the quantum foam? What beings living in the quantum foam, when they talk of love, what do they say? Well, obviously it can't be quantum mechanics, because that doesn't suffice. That language doesn't get us everywhere. It can't be relativity. It's got to be, say that's the romantic languages, and the quantum mechanics is the, let's say the whatever, the Hindi language set. What is the rock in which the Rosetta Stone that'll give us this stuff? What is that rock made out of? I just use other words to say what he said. Well, let's consider the first part first. There may not be a single theory of all physics. That may be a source of frustration, eternal frustration, because maybe any type of physics that can exist just exists. Maybe the only physics is just a physics of possibility. Maybe all of physics is just an unfolding of possibility. It's all a lottery of possibility. Every single thing is a lottery of possibility, just continuing to expand. And no one is rolling the dice, they just roll themselves. Because the rolling of the dice is the base, and everything just unfolds on top of that. I don't know. So if chance, some materialized version of chance, is the underlying substructure, these are words. You put words there. You put words or words. There is a single theory of all physics. Oh, or there isn't. That just becomes a matter of definition, because if I say that physics is just the unfolding of possibility, not even that I know what the frick those words mean, but if I just say it's somehow the unfolding of possibility, if something can happen, it's just an unfolding from one possibility, and then that possibility creates another possibility, and so it's just an expanding of possibility within more defined frameworks or less defined frameworks, but it's just a branching of possibilities all over. So if that is the case, then that would say that particular physics are simply particular species of the generalized genus unfolding of possibility. So a theory of physics would be what pertains to one manifestation of the superset of possibility. And so physics is just, so there is no single theory. There are as many theories of physics as potentially there are specific species of manifestations of possibility. So the answer blame it on the beer. The answer, Steve Giddings, to your last question, is there a single theory of all physics? There is not, because there are as many theories as there will be manifestations of the possible becoming the actual. So I can't tell you what it is, other than if you just wanted to go to that ground level of the theory of being manifestations of possibility. Struggle with that one. Nailed it. Okay. Oh, not supposed to say that. Next, and again with this stuff. Man, I'm good. I'm moving over here because there we go. Next, last question is from Gerd. See, I should be able to pronounce this because this is like my people. The guy sounds like he's from the lowlands or something, He's from frickin', he's like German, Swedish, Dutch or something. I should probably, it's probably my great uncle, and I'm never going to pronounce his name right. This next question is from Gerd Gigerenzer, apologies, Gerd Gigerenzer, psychologist, director, the Harding Center for Risk Literacy, Max Planck Institute for Human Development, and author of Risk Savvy. So he works with risk, works with the upsides, the downsides, how do we not think about it? You know what? Let me get to his last question. Gerd Gigerenzer's last question is, can human intuition fix this in post? Gerd Gigerenzer's last question is, can human intuition ever be reduced to an algorithm? I should make more of an effort to specifically say the words that I'm trying to say. That would be good. Can human intuition ever be Okay. Human intuition. I want to say, is that the same question of can creativity be reduced to an algorithm? It's not necessarily the same question, though. So let's actually try and answer this question. Can human intuition ever be reduced to an algorithm? So what would we call an intuition? It's like a personal instantiation of a collective species level knowledge, or societal level, species level, the local instantiation of a kind of a collective knowledge or something. Maybe that's one way of saying it. it's but it's an intuition, so it's like a cognitive instinct. Cognitive instinct. Let's make sure we're on the right track there. So, like human intuition, like, you know what? That person just doesn't seem trustworthy. I have no evidence to go on. Just something. There's something. There's a je ne sais pas. There is something that just says, I can't put my finger on it. Or if I did, you know, they'd talk about it on Twitter and I'd be screwed. Can human intuition ever be reduced to an algorithm? Help me, Claude Shannon. This feels like another part of it's an information problem or an information related. Well, of course it is. But it's like, can you... Christ. What a... If it's a cognitive instinct, does that even make sense? Because is it really cognitive? Is it cognitive implies thinking, and intuition necessarily is a feeling you have about someone else, something else. It's more instinctual. It's more beneath. It's pre-introspection. It's you know, it's feeds into consciousness, but it isn't derived in consciousness. If that sentence makes sense, if it feeds into your consciousness, okay. Something about me, I don't know what it is. I can't put, it's below the iceberg of my cognitive understanding, but it is feeding my thoughts about how I want to behave, or it is going to impact my behavior, but I can't get underneath the rug of understanding why I feel that way. So, certainly not an algorithm. I'm trying to even think of the mental tool set to think about this. I say, oh, this person has just an aura about them that is a good aura. I feel, and I've never said a word to them. I've never really seen them. You just have this idea, it comes beneath your. It's got to come in through senses, but it's because our senses are just interfaces onto the universe. So obviously, it's got to come through our senses, but it's coming subliminal, subconscious, obviously. Gives us intuition about something, someone, whatever, which is a mental instinct, a cognitive twitchy finger, if it comes from below consciousness. But see, there's algorithms going on subconsciously too, right? I mean, they may be a different level, but there's got to be math going on under our consciousness that sums up the stuff that becomes the salad of our consciousness, right? There's a bunch of sums being done on synaptical levels, on neuronal levels, that comes up to a bunch of weighted averages, and the result of that whole freaking continuing summation of stuff is consciousness. So there are algorithms, maybe it's the level. Maybe consciousness can just be factored as like the number of arguments that an algorithm is synonymous with. Whatever. You're wrong. Don't ever say that. I was on the grassy knoll. Okay. I'm thinking even if it could, we'd never know, because we don't know the algorithm that gives us intuition, because it's beneath our deductive capacities, it's beneath our investigatory capacities. Our intuitions are, let's just say, beneath our investigative, deductive capabilities to get under. We can't get under them. We can't tear them apart. We can understand that they can be flawed, and we can do work to error correct on intuitions and stuff, but we can't get under the intuition. So because we can't get under the intuition, we don't know the algorithms that make up the intuition. So because we don't know the algorithms that make up human intuition, we'd never know if something else stumbled upon that same algorithm. Wow. Would we never know if somebody else? I'm thinking we would just never know, because it would be like, how do you know what red looks like? And we would run into the intersubjectivity problem. It's funny how my questions, I'm trying to think about all these crazy complex questions, but they are oftentimes served up in my brain, in relation to other questions that I've asked. And even, it's like this question, my answer to it is being influenced by the things I've been thinking about the past hour or two, which of course makes sense. Of course it does, that makes sense. But it's also like the intra-subjectivity of thought, of cognitive, whatever, it's so temporal, it's so parochial, it's so, I'm in this neighborhood now, I guess everything looks like this. It's like, I fixed the plumbing today. Every concept looks like, you know, a pipe and water, and everything looks thermodynamics because I fixed the pipes. It's like you get in these, even when you're trying to think, you know, all these lofty thoughts about these crazy things. You know, it's, yeah, your thinking becomes constrained, which it has to be in a way. As soon as it's unconstrained, you don't go anywhere. But it has to be artfully constrained. That's the rub. So I'm going to say no on technical grounds, because human intuition, we don't know the algorithms that go into that. So even if we did stumble upon a math, that actually we wouldn't know we stumbled upon it, because we don't know we don't know the math of human intuition. We don't know we don't even know the signal to noise ratio of kind of in species level awareness to a individualized manifestation of that kind of awareness, or that kind of individual. How does biology read the poetry of genetics? So the answer to your question, Gerd Gigerenzer, is, your last question is, can human intuition ever be reduced to an algorithm? No, because if we stumbled upon it, we would never know, because we don't have access. We can't get underneath our own intuitions to be able to do the math of it. There you go. Good question, though. Almost did not answer it perfectly, but we nailed it. Next one. Holy cow, I did that right. Oh, you know what? Time out. If we're going to get the next ones answered, I'm going to need another beer. I shall be back. Amazing. I'm back. And I have another beer. Dogfish Head, 60 minutes. The theme for today is green. The theme for today is green. I was sending me a message at 3 in the morning. My sister. Probably related to my message. What are you gonna do? I don't know what to do with that. Maybe you're just too in love with the truth. You need to give that shit up. Okay. I haven't had this beer in a long time. It smells fresh. The 90 minutes is that's a beer. I'll try. 60 minutes good. 90 minutes. That's a beer. Our last question comes from Bruno Giussani or Giussani. I'm gonna say Bruno Giussani, European Director and Global Curator of TED. Very cool. Bruno's last question is, how much time will pass between the last minute before artificial superintelligence and the first minute after it? How much time will pass between the last minute before artificial superintelligence and the first minute after it? One minute. Okay. I'm tempted to leave it at that. Leave it at that. I need a drink of beer. I mean, okay. Well, what are you calling superintelligence? Well, who's keeping score? Who's on the clock? Who's watching the clock? I mean, and what are you calling superintelligence? I mean, is what you're calling superintelligence something that just can't exist mathematically or logically? It might just poof in a puff of logic if you actually try and describe it like free will. Is it something that just orchestrates our entire fundamental understanding of existence, but is it a coherent concept? How much time will pass between the last minute before artificial superintelligence and the first minute after it? Well, is he trying to say that, the moment superintelligence comes online, time itself becomes malleable or no longer experienced in the temporal fashion that if we're outside of the superintelligence, if we're still in our human bodies, we're still going to experience time the same way we've always experienced time, I think. But it's I think you'd have to, talk to Einstein and say who's the observer? Where's the observer in your system of superintelligence and not superintelligence? Where's the? I'm trying to conceptualize this question in a way that's. Conjunction junction, what's your superintelligent function? 1 minute 4 seconds. Yeah, I don't know what is meant by superintelligence other than almost by definition, something that is going to change our understanding or experience of temporal events. Because otherwise, the question itself wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, I think. I mean, I don't know what super intelligence is. What the, is what's the, you know, saying something is super intelligent sounds like, it sounds like sounds like a dog looking up at a chalkboard with algebra equations on it and just being like, "Oh no, I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna pee right there," and that's the answer. Like, what the fuck would we know what super intelligence is? Is it just a is it just a much speeded up and rapidly improving version of the cognitive Legos that we already have in place that we understand in our mind? I mean, so is there a sharp? I mean, what he's saying has to be there's like some kind of unity moment or whatever you want to call it. You know the singularity or whatever you want to call it, where you know what happens in the first second. What happened in the first second of the universe? Almost everything. How much time will pass between the last minute before the universe and the first minute after the universe? Well, the the guys with masters in physics will tell you that, or astrophysics will tell you that doesn't make any sense to talk about before the universe. The guys with PhDs in theologies will say it absolutely makes sense to talk about that. And they'll be right, but in the wrong way, as is most often the case with theological concerns. I mean, I really am having a hard time conceptualizing this because you're talking about something that's going to change our relationship of time, that there's some type of superintelligence. So are you talking about a superintelligence then that the definition of that is that somehow there's a connection, like it's a network somehow, that the network is always connected and so time won't feel the same way because of network effects? Like if you ask the network what time it is, it would never be able to tell you completely because it's just kind of here, there, and everywhere. And would that influence? I mean, if we're still human and we're just the things out here, we'd still see it as a minute, or yeah, a minute. All right, okay, got it. Got it. I was wrong. I've got it now. I feel foolish for this one, but I do have it now. So, Bruno Giussani. I'm going to say it the way it should be because it's a pretty name. Bruno Giussani. Sounds beautiful. I've never been to Italy. I gotta go to Italy. Bruno Giussani's last question is how much time will pass between the last minute before artificial superintelligence and the first minute after it. And at the beginning of this, I said 1 minute, and that was idiotic and shallow, superficial, and just not worthy The actual answer, Bruno, is of course 2 minutes. You've got last minute, 0 point, first minute, add them up, 2 minutes. So, there you go. Sorry it took me so long. Next we have Joel Gold, who is a psychiatrist, lousy bastard, clinical associate professor of psychiatry at NYU. He's close by. I better not swear too much. NYU School of Medicine, co-author with Ian Gold. No relationship. AU. Is that? I could be wrong. Anyway. Suspicious Minds. Let's try that again. The man deserves a decent introduction. Joel Gold, psychiatrist, clinical associate professor of psychiatry, New York University School of Medicine, and he is also the co-author with Ian Gold of Suspicious Minds. And his last question is, can we acquire complete access to our unconscious minds? Well, I kind of just want to say no by definition, right? I mean, if we could acquire access to our unconscious mind, what the hell would we still be calling it unconscious for? And if we had complete access to it, rather than just like fumbling, groping, I guess that thing is kind of feeding into making me do this, so I should probably work on not doing that, and then maybe it'll feed back, or maybe I'll just override that programming that is the unconscious mind, but we don't have access to the programming. We're just kind of seeing the results of the programming. You know, if we could always just access that, then I don't think it would. I think it would cease to become part of the unconscious, wouldn't it? It would be just, that would be the crazy island that we could go to, and again, I'm going back to, it's like, I had a thought 3 questions ago, and it's now remanifesting itself in different dressing. But it's like, if we there's that part of the nervous system, what is it, the autosomnal, whatever, the part of the nervous system that we don't have access to, we can't control. It's just if we I guess it would be the involuntary nervous system. The voluntary nervous system and the involuntary nervous system sound right? Probably, yeah. Okay. If suddenly we had access to the involuntary nervous system, complete access to it, would we be able to call it anymore the involuntary nervous system? So part of it's just an issue with the definition of the words, but part of it is just if you're that dude ceases to be a prophet once he can go back and forth between his land and the other. Well, let's think about one example of something of our unconscious that now I want to have until I haven't had enough beer. I want to look something up. Like, oh, let me look this up and do the. No, it's not the game I'm playing. Well, there's so many layers to the unconscious mind. I think maybe that we have the temptation, and especially psychiatrists might have the temptation to view our unconscious mind as this, like, okay, there's all of okay, an analogy of like the iceberg. It's like, okay, you've got the tip of the iceberg is what we're thinking about consciously, and all this stuff is going underneath in the unconscious mind. Certainly, that's a way to conceptualize it. But you could also, I guess, maybe if you added some flavor to that model by saying the deeper you go in that unconsciousness is more kind of like more atomic um, processes, which are, maybe go all the way down to like, the base just synaptical kind of like stuff. So it's like there's levels of an unconscious mind, which I think they're just kind of like looking at one level, which has to do with how we socialize, how we moralize, how we do, how we build the the cognitive framework or underpinnings that inform how this brain works on a way that it can communicate and interact. But there's all of this other stuff underneath it, that so many layers, that has nothing to do with what a psychiatrist would study, that is also part of our unconscious mind. That that it's you're not talking. There's a whole there's potentially the whole idea of a of a like a geological layer of the unconscious minds. And it's just like, we just think of it as like, oh, it's just a level, that's the unconscious part. But it's like, no, there's levels of boom 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 all the way down until you get more. It's like, oh, why did I do this? What is the machinery that does this? And why did I, and then when is it better explained biomechanically? Da, da, da. Well, let's just imagine it happening. Okay. So let me think about it almost like programmatically or something. It's like you got a bunch of, let's say, inputs to a system that are that influence the system, but the system is not aware of the influence. It cannot categorize the influence, but there is an influence. So there's a system that is influenced by an environment. We'll just call it an environment. But that system has not codified its influence as into specific, like, tools, senses, sensory input. Like it's amorphous to its inputs. So then you're saying, okay, so then how could we then create a structure, toolkit, framework, something, whatever, technology that would allow us to kind of get into the amorphous, ill-defined, non-defined substructure, and also influences all the soup of the subconscious, as well as the pillar of the subconscious. I'm going to put my fake philosopher hat on and say no, because this is a category problem, and then just stop there and pretend I know what I'm saying. I think at a level which is in a way superficial, but in a way not so superficial, I think we can say that if we could ever really have complete access to our unconscious minds, again, we wouldn't be able to call it unconscious anymore. It would be integrated to a level that it doesn't make any sense to make it conscious. If we could have complete access to our unconscious minds, it would be another part of our consciousness. It would be another organ. So then the argument is, okay, so could we do that? And then just call it something else. Call it Joe. We can call it Joe, but we keep Joel. We could call it Joel, but we cannot ever completely. The answer to your last question: can we acquire complete access to our unconscious minds? We cannot, because it's always going. There's some part that's always going to run and hide from us. Because by definition, that's how it's going to work. As deep as we go, there will be levels beneath it until we just go to where it becomes a problem of information and level of where it makes sense to even explain something. Explaining an air conditioner via quantum mechanics, it's like that we get to a level like that where it just doesn't even make sense to access it. There's no language for it. It doesn't, But that's not right. As I started to think about AI, and I started to think about, I don't know what the hell I'm thinking about. I don't think so. I think I'm going to be cheap and easy, and get off at the semantic level with just saying no, because if we could have complete, it's like it would be like, maybe it would be something about like a logical drive versus a physical drive. It's like, who cares? And, it's like once we have access to it, who cares about the machine, about the technical implementation to it? It's not unconscious anymore. It's there. It's got a freaking USB. It's there. It's the same damn thing. Logical, physical drive, it's the same thing. That's your answer. Joel Gold, say hello to your brother for me. Hey, you. Okay. Next. The next question is from Nigel Goldenfeld. A lot of gold around here lately. Hopefully it's not iron pyrite. It is on this end. Nigel Goldenfeld is a physicist at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, or Champaign. See, you can only call yourself Urbana-Champaign if you come from the Urbana-Champaign region of France. Nigel Goldenfeld's last question is it possible to control a system capable of evolving? Well, there you go. That's the that's at the root of it's at the root of politics, it's at the root of economic theory, it's at the root of obviously biological. It's AI, of course. Racquetball. Is it possible to control a system capable of evolving? Can you well, yeah, right? If you can set up if you could set up the landscape of possibility into which a system could evolve, then you can control what it's capable of evolving. I'm thinking of, you've got like these fitness landscapes, like when it's like you look at, a specific organism or its genome could maybe become more efficient by, adapting better to the snow, and then it's on a more of a peak, or become less adaptive. But the entire adaptive framework is, you could say, it's the control of the system capable of evolving. Okay, conceptually makes some sense. I can visualize it. But the evolving of that system is potentially going to change the landscape, isn't it? Because I'm talking about a system in a smaller system in a larger system. So an organism in an ecosystem, or a species genome in all the species genomes. So you're conceptualizing it as one landscape, but the landscape itself is also variable inside of this system, right? You're holding the landscape constant in the conceptual framework that I'm thinking of, but the landscape isn't necessarily constant. It's evolving in itself. You're just holding it ceteris paribus, landscapus. So is it possible to control a landscape onto which a system could evolve onto, into, whatever? That seems like that would involve controlling the levers of the evolutionary mechanism itself. And part of the evolutionary mechanism is to find its own levers. All right, put a bacteria in a petri dish. Give it some sugar water. It evolves. It multiplies. It will change its genome somewhat. Or its whatever you want to call it. They won't all be perfect copies just because of, Newton and his second good idea. So, but you're not really controlling that. I'm thinking, oh, it will stay inside the petri dish, but that doesn't mean you're controlling it. That just means you've limited it. But that's just because you know the limits to which you're letting it evolve and letting it. So you're setting up the framework of the system itself. So you're putting hard edges on that landscape of possibility, of that landscape of your fitness landscape, whatever. You're putting some this far but no further. So is that? But I don't even think that's really. But the process of evolving, given resources amenable to it, to the system, is also the process of escaping those whatever boundaries it's put. It's almost definitional. Is any of this in focus? I'm completely out of focus. My thinking is the only way to control it is to destroy parts of it that get out of control. Which is not a thought I want to have, I want to say that there's another. I mean, if you can control the ground rules, or you could set limits on the ground rules, on the, you have to set limits on the landscape. I'm just saying what I already said. The landscape of possibility. It's like if you're living in 4 dimensions, then you set up a system that operates in n-1 dimensions. So you've got an extra dimension as your control dimension or something. So if you are an n, if your n is 4 dimensions, you create the system in 3 dimensions, and then that's your control. Anything else? Think of a more concrete example. Every concrete example that you give it is going to have the same fundamental flaw, is that it's a species. We're not talking about the particular species manifestations. We're talking about the potentiality of any species. So you're just looking at the library. You're just looking at the books and the shelves in the library, when it's can you create a language that limits itself in a way? Can you create a language that limits its own expression? Well, what do you mean control? I mean, can you kill it? Is that control? That actually is an important, depends on what the meaning of is, but that is a kind of important, what is control? Matrixy on it, but it's like, how are you going to define control? Are you define? You have an input into you can influence a set of variables, or you can just be like, flip a switch, or you can say, oh, it's going to go here. It's like all roads lead to this because of what I've made the ground made of. I've made the ground out of this thing, so automatically the roads are going to end up going here, because that's the natural, that's the gradient descent of the issue, or I'm going to go back to two of the somewhat semi-coherent thoughts that I had, and say that it is going to be some combination of, you can control it if you give yourself like an additional degree of freedom somehow of than whatever you're trying to control, in whatever mathematical term that is, that with the maybe a different way of looking at it, or an entirely different thing of if you can set up the, we'll call it the fitness landscape that the system can evolve into. Let's call it the possibility landscape. If you can set that landscape up, then yes, you can control it. However, maybe in every system that's capable of evolving will be capable of altering that landscape unless you have your extra degree of freedom which constrains that somehow. So you can't do it unless you can, in a way, get outside of the system by having an extra degree of freedom. Good Christ, that's a wonderful combination of bad logic, bad physics, bad math, and bad breath. But that's your answer, Nigel Goldenfield. Thank you for the question. I need a break for a second. These are so easy. These are so easy. I can't wait to publish this shit. We'll be able to move on to bigger and better stuff. Like how soon can the Red Wings win the next Stanley Cup? That's a system I want to control that can evolve. Okay. Here we go. Okay, next. I know what I'm doing wrong now. That's so good. I still like to do that though, because it's like magic. Magic time. It's a good look. Make you an offer you can't refuse. Stop looking. Our next question comes from Rebecca Newberger Goldstein. We've got a lot of AU going on. AU. What do you say we watch some Little House on the Prairie? Learn about iron pyrite. Fool's gold. Rebecca Newberger Goldstein, who is a philosopher, novelist, and recipient of the 2014 National Humanities, although due to the lack of resolution, it looked like luminaries, which probably isn't, wouldn't be insulting either. I'd take that prize. But philosopher, novelist, recipient of the 2014 National Humanities Medal, author, Plato at the Googleplex, and 36 Arguments for the Existence of God, a work of fiction. I think I've heard of that book before. And I don't want to brag, but I'm going to write the autobiography. So, Rebecca Newberger Goldstein's last question is, if we're not the agents of ourselves, and it's hard to see how we can be, how can we make sense of moral accountability, and how can we live coherently without it? Okay, there's a lot of clauses here. Rebecca was a bad lawyer in another life. I'm going to try. If we're not the agents of ourselves, and it's hard to see how we can be, how can we make sense of moral accountability? And how can we live coherently without it? I'm gonna for now I'm gonna take away what's in the parentheses, and just say for now, and then we'll add this stuff back in if it, see if we miss something. If we're not the agents of ourselves, how can we make sense of moral accountability? I would answer that simply by saying we don't have to make sense of it. It's going to arise regardless. Son of beach. Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? Okay. This is going to annoy the crap out of me. How did that thing die already? Moon River, out of the Nile. All right. I'll be back. I'm kind of back. Technical difficulties. But when I come back, it's going to be amazing. Oh, that's not what I want. Utility. Connected. You were kidding me. You were kidding me, didn't I just... I'm smart. I'm smart. Okay. Ooh. Look at this amazingness. Yeah, I know. There you are, aren't you? You're there, aren't you? You sure are. You sure are. See if I can just pull this up again. Oops. Ooh, look at you. Look at you. Now. No, I want to. No. Bad boy. You bad boy. Boom. I'm getting good at this. Okay, Rebecca Newberger-Goldstein's question. If we're not the agents of ourselves, how can we make sense of moral accountability? Ignoring, for the moment. I would say that we don't need to make sense, well, from a certain level, we don't need to make sense of it because it's just going to arise regardless of if we make sense of it or not, because it's what social systems do. It's what social biological systems are going to do. They're going to create rules for how to be social, because otherwise there's no benefit. It arises out of the economics of living socially. And when I mean economics, I mean at a very base level of just like, if it's going to make sense to live together, then society going to create rules to do the accountability, to do the math. So there's a sense in which I could just say we don't need to make sense of it. It's going to arise. It's a feature. It's a feature, not a bug, but it's just going to rise. It's going to emerge. But let's say we want to actually be able to play around with it and take this sense of moral accountability, give it a name, call it Brenda, and we want to be able to talk to it. We want to be able to, play checkers with it. We want to know why it likes romantic comedies but doesn't like Mel Brooks. How can we make sense of moral accountability? How do we, well, that's why. We create religions. We create load-bearing fictions, as I think that's Eric Weinstein's word for it, which he may not have originated, but it's brilliant. It's the title of the channel that I'm posting under. It's Lies Worth Believing. That's how we do it. I want to give a better answer than it is. That's what the system does, is it creates, because if it doesn't do that, it's anti-fragile in that way. It's got to put something on the wall of the cave to tell us how to behave in our chains. I'm stretching a lot of analogies well past their breaking point. But how can we it's like saying, how do we rationalize it's like, how do we rationalize our emotions, our it's like, I'm going on a tangent, but it might be in the same neighborhood as this. It's like we got much of our moral accountability, those, let's say, instincts, out of pre-language, really, or even pre-interpersonal communication. Those rules were part of our DNA, in terms of our, almost literally our DNA, but in terms of the makeup of our species, before we ever had the ability to communicate that stuff. So, in a sense, we are you could call our morality the poetry of our instincts, and you could call our laws the prose of our morality. Where was I going with any of this? Well, you know what? I'm gonna include the what's in the parentheses now to see where we go with that. First parentheses, and it's hard to see how we can be like, are we complete agents of ourselves? Which is basically another word to say, are we? Well, part of it would be, is there free will, and just to say that that's not a really coherent concept in and of itself is another way of stating it's hard to see how we can be our own agents. And okay, so fair enough. There's nothing too much that I think needs to be added from that perspective. How about the second parenthesis? How can we live coherently without it? Well, we've been doing it. Well, the hell's coherently? See, now we could get bogged down in semantics very easily. The hell's coherently? I mean, was was it coherent when we sacrificed a virgin every day to make sure the sun comes up? Is that coherent? Is 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 factory farming living coherently with moral accountability? Is you know is economic inequality living with moral accountability or living coherently? Those are the questions the system asks. The system asks those questions. The system provides answers. Coherency is not a requisite for cooperation. I mean, fighting a bit of a losing game, honestly, by saying how can we make sense of moral accountability, because we're trying to make sense of things that are underneath our conscious, even they're built into the economics of social creatures, they're built into the very substructure of this, and then we're trying to put words on top of it to rationalize it, not define it from first principles, but rationalize it already pre-existing. So we're in a sense it's in a sense it is a big reclamation project of assigning a story around what's beneath the level of what's beneath our ability to actually get under. So we turn it into a story. We turn everything into a story, and then that's Hollywood, folks. Um, so, Rebecca Newberger Goldstein. If we're not the agents of ourselves, I agree we are not completely the agents of ourselves. Well, that's a whole nother. We're not completely the agents of ourselves, but yet we create, maintain, update a internal representation of ourselves. So the question of how much of I think it's a question of degree, because is that a what type of variable is that? Is that a one or a zero, or is it a 0.7215? Are we 20% the agents of ourselves? I mean, I think the amount to which we can call ourselves agents of ourselves or have any right to does depend somewhat on the level of detail of the internal model of ourselves that we can carry. That plays into how much we can call ourselves agents of ourselves. So I don't think it's just like a binary. It's dependent upon maybe how many different dimensions we can have an internal model of ourselves. But I'll agree to you on the larger extent that we're certainly not complete agents of ourselves. So how can we make sense of moral accountability? The same way you can, same way you listen to Ella Fitzgerald and you just hear the voice and there's you could put words around the logic of what it makes you feel like, but the words themselves are the superfluous part because it's just there. There's a connection to it, which is innate to the species, and the cognitive archaeology of digging that up brings you down so many layers where it no longer makes sense to even talk at those levels, those layers. So we make the stories. That's just what we do. As what agents do is they make stories about their internal models of themselves, because that's what the economics does. If it didn't do that, we wouldn't be around. You want to make that into a tool that you can use, and you can graph it on a chart and use it to do a time series analysis. You're never going to be able to do that unless you incorporate in your time series analysis, in your whatever, and whatever kind of sense-making apparition that you're trying to do, all of the things that make us human in the evolutionary context. You have to bring those variables in. Then you can make sense of it. But that just goes back to model your own model of oneself, and a model that is how one simulates oneself feeds into that. I think I slipped over an idea back there. So so the answer to your question, if we're not the agents of ourselves, how can we make sense of moral accountability? My first answer is we don't need to make sense of it, because it's going to happen either way, or we're just not going to survive. So it's just, it's gonna build that. Evolution gonna build that. It's that pole barn gonna get built. But if we want to make sense in terms of just like how can we use it in analysis and how to shape our future and stuff like that, it's like the same question as asking, how do we enjoy good music? It's so deep. It just gets remanifested because that's how it works. We're just going to. I don't think there's a way to grasp it. You can only describe it by describing the situation in which humanity finds itself in, or whatever species you're talking about, whatever its conditions, whatever its variables, you can describe it in the context of that from a descriptive aspect and say, okay, well, this is the morality as it presents itself inside of this social ecosystem, yada yada yada. And you can talk about how agents, if agents don't operate at a certain level this way, the system breaks. But you're never going to be able to put moral accountability in its own, divorce it from its surrounding environments and call it a thing in and of itself. It is an emergent property of the system in which it operates, and from that it is not completely describable, and therefore our sense-making apparatus is never going to get a full handle on it. But it's the same way someone sings it's the same way the Springsteen's groans on the end of Jungle Land. It's like you feel what he feels, you know what he knows, even though it's just random groans out of a throat, but you know exactly what that is and what that means, and that's where it is. So that's the answer to that. +7 divided by 9. Thank you, Rebecca Newberger Goldstein, for your question. I'm going to try and do this without screwing it up. Here we go. Are you ready? I need a sip of beer. You know what I should have done? Is I should have had someone to just write down the formula. To tie up every loose end and everything, and just like I have somebody in the corner so that I say this, they just turn it into the formula, which is there, but I'm not a math guy. So they just turn it into a formula, so then we can just check that one off the list. Now I'm going to have somebody else actually do the formula and the sums, whatever you want to call it, but whatever. It's all there. Okay. Might as well pour the rest of this thing. Is an e-rake more thought of more productively in terms of biomechanics than it is in terms of brain function? I'm going to go back 4 questions ago and say maybe ringing in the ear is better. You get more information by thinking about how the actual the ear is working and the acoustics and all that kind of stuff, rather than looking at how the brain is working on it. Anyway, but I repeat myself. Next we have, I did it right, look at that, that's amazing. I'm amazing. Next we have Daniel, we got the golds. I got Goldman, which Daniel Goleman, psychologist and author with Richard Davidson of Altered Traits. Daniel Goleman's makes me think of Coleman, makes me think of Office Space, makes me think of Ron Livingston, makes me think of Band of Brothers, makes me think of Tom Hanks, makes me think of fetish porn. Okay. Daniel Goleman's last question is there a subtle form of consciousness that operates independent of brain function. Psychologists aren't supposed to ask these type of questions. Daniel Goleman. Stay in your lane. I'm kidding, of course. I hate that phrase. The history of humanity is not staying in your lane. That's the only way we progress. Anyway. But I digress. Is there a I'm going to say subtle. Some might say subtle. Others might say it more subtly. What are you saying? Subtle. Subtle. You get where I'm going with that? Subtle. I'm out of focus. I'm in focus. I'm out of focus. Gives a shit. Is there a subtle form of consciousness that operates independent of brain function? What? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, see, all this stuff, I think we get in, we're at layer 7 here of the questions, because this question is similar to the question about, perhaps, maybe I should just be like, freaking, a grinder for these guys, just a hookup artist or something like that, because this question, is there a subtle form of consciousness that operates independent of brain function, maybe rubbing itself right up against that other question, which was about, is there behaviors that are best conceptualized or whatever by biomechanics rather than brain function, where it's better to kind of describe it via what's happening biomechanically versus brain function, or versus what's happening in the brain. And what this guy is saying, Daniel Goleman, is there a subtle form of consciousness that operates independent of brain function? Could there be a buzzing in the system, a what is there in our nervous system that isn't at consciousness? I think in a way he has to be right, because if you just think of just like all the parts of your body that are feeding you, that are, well, okay, wait. I was going on a wrong path with that, because it was like, they're all the parts of your body that are feeding input because of whatever, but that you're not aware of, because they haven't won the race to present themselves into your consciousness. But that's not really what he's getting at here. At least that's not what I think he's getting at. Is he's talking about, like, is there stuff that is underneath brain that is still, let's just say, a sensory input? Is there a real sixth sense there? Is there a way to spill beer on camera and then fix it like that? Oh, laundry day. Is there a subtle form of consciousness that operates independent of brain function? Is there, does intuition have to have a cognitive pillar? Is there other networks? Pre-neural, subneural networks that that provides sense data. That does not include the brain, which would imply, when I'm thinking about this thing, I'm thinking that might imply that there is you lousy bastard. Part of that is, what are you going to call consciousness? I mean, there are systems in our body which are homeostatic, or they maintain homeostasis. They maintain a certain level at which you go outside of that level and we can't operate, we can't function. So like your freaking level of pH in your blood and in your organs and all that stuff, that's like homeostatic, and all this other stuff, it has to operate at certain levels. So there's constraints there. Are you going to call those constraints any type of consciousness? What do it's like, it's the tricky thing with something like this is calling something conscious like what conscious is. It's like, that version of conscious, we know that, but it's like, how are we going to describe another version of it's like describing a color that you have never seen. I would think there almost certainly are. I've got to be careful when I say something as foolish as almost certainly. What about can I at least cheat off the answer to the last? What was the answer to the other one? What was the other one? He was talking about oh, we start talking about brain versus biomechanics, and what behaviors are due more to biomechanics than brain. This is a very similar question. He's just putting the word consciousness in there, which I think is very natural for a psychologist to do, and it would be very natural for a more physicist-minded person to take out the word consciousness and just say what level of functional analysis best describes, or what level of whatever. I think consciousness throws a wrench into the whole works. What color is justice? Another way of conceptualizing this question, which is it's really depending on what you want to call consciousness. Are there other systems that operate in our bodies that are not that have no interface to anything here? Of course there are. I mean, atomically, of course there are. I mean, there are. I mean, just like when you just go down levels, you get cellular levels. I mean, we don't have a synapse telling every cell when to divide and how to operate in its environment, and how to. So that's happening. So there's a lot of stuff going on that is, one would say, independent of brain function. that there are other constraints and operational parameters like what could you do? How about you chop off the braid, you chop off the whole head, keep the heart beating. We go Metallica, we go one on this shit. Well, actually, we go opposite of Metallica 1, which actually is Metallica 1's the worst form of that shit. Just a braid, so all you can sit there and do is think and contemplate, but nothing else. That would be the Lonely Island. Okay. So if you're not a brain, what else would operate? There ain't no brain going on. Lung, is the heart still pumping? Are the blood, the veins still going? I would say, Mr. Daniel Goleman, it all depends on what you're calling consciousness. I think I see where you're getting at. I think that the answer is, in a way, it has to be yes, but I think you're getting tripped up by using consciousness, because it's always a difficulty in asking a question when the subcomponents of that are asking their own questions, or are not as well defined as we'd like to think they are. And I think putting consciousnesses there just begs a lot more questions, which might obfuscate the idea that yes, there are, but once you start describing what they are, then they all point back to what you're going to describe as consciousness. And yep, I thought for a second that answer was slightly incomplete, but now upon re-looking at it again, it is complete, accurate, and 100% correct. Whew. And thank you for your question, Daniel Goleman. You can now work on other problems, and if you feel so inclined, tip your waitress. Thank you very much, Kia Sorrento. Welcome back. Technical glitches fixed for the short term. I like the Band-Aid stuff. Why re-engineer something when you can put a Band-Aid over it and see when it bleeds again? Anyway, we are back, and it's good for me to join you. Thank you. Thank me. Thank us all. Next question is from, I know this name, and I'm trying to remember. Next question is from Allison Gopnik, psychologist at UC Berkeley, author of The Gardener and the Carpenter. And why do I know her name other than, she's known in certain circles. Maybe she's been on Sam Harris or something, or I know her. It's a like that's important. Oh, I've heard of her name. Therefore, that conveys meaning. Anyway, Allison Gopnik's last question is: how can the few pounds of gray goo between our ears let us make utterly surprising, completely unprecedented, and remarkably true discoveries about the world around us in every domain and at every scale, from quarks to quasars? because it can help. And anything that can help will be eventually discovered. I'm thinking, I mean, you're asking a how question. And I want to answer the why question. Because the why answer to that question is, like I said, I mean, the gray goo, as you so romantically refer to it, that gray goo, that's 3 pounds of synapses and water and blood vessels and houses our internal representation of ourselves, as well as the internal representation of the environment around us. It is our navigational software, firmware, wetware, hardware, and virtualware. And as such, there is always there is a benefit for us to be able to have a more complete simulation of ourselves and our environment, because we can then better navigate ourselves, our fellow creatures, and our environment. So it's just economics, kind of, in a way. It's I'm calling it economics. So it's just it's a market to be exploited. If you can exploit the knowledge market, great, you're going to exploit the knowledge market. It's its own ecosystem, depending on how you want to look at it. You know, it's there to be done. That's the why. You're saying how? Well, that's the I give the why. The how is for lesser minds. Oh, Christ. The how is probably related to the why. I mean, well, going to have to be. Well, Christ. The structure of how you're going to build something that has a specific purpose doesn't necessarily have to have much in relation to the purpose itself, you know? Could be turtles all the way down. Well, I think in this, I mean, you're asking a question about, like, in a way, it's about synthesis. It's about information theory in a way. It's about life as there's a certain aspect of life. It's just kind of like a. Trying to think, it's like almost conceptualizing life as like a library of the environment, in a way, if that makes sense. I mean, obviously you can think about DNA as kind of like a reading back of our ancestral environment. You just say, okay, well, that was, you can just kind of look at our DNA and read out, oh, we must have lived in swamplands for a long time, or we must have been on the savannah because of the genetics for blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. So you can unweave the rainbow that way. Where was I going with that? I mean, the why is because it could help us to navigate, and that's if anything that can help life navigate is likely to be discovered if the search costs aren't too high, or if they can be distributed in certain ways, then you're gonna find those tools to help you navigate. The how is, that's just accounting, isn't it? I mean, it's really interesting accounting. Um, I mean, if you start getting into the how, you start getting into information processing and viewing life as kind of like I'll go back to what I was talking about, because it's kind of like almost a library, an informational uh, repository of an environment, because it's like um, how life hacks the environment gets encoded. So it's the process of that, and it's a process of information integration and um, it's a process of information processing at multiple levels, combined with information integration of those processes and coordination of those processes. So it's like a framework of informational sub processes, subroutines, that the more levels of processes, from the atomic to the unatomic, for at different structures, and talk about the structures from the quarks to the quasars, but there's levels of like information processing and integration that go from cellular and subcellular to conceptual systems of theories, ideologies. So there's there's levels of integration, and I'm thinking that you can only that that building that informational cathedral, and I mean, it is the computer, but it's more than that. It's all of the hierarchies of informational processing and integration and orchestration. You have to the more of those structures that you can build, the more you can use that to conceptualize the world around us. So I don't know. Talk to Claude Shannon, and you get Alan Turing and Claude Shannon to hook up, and you'll have your answer. Also, I would just say there's probably very few things which are completely unprecedented. But that may be nitpicking. Anything else? Because I don't know if I said anything coherent there at all. But it doesn't need to be coherent to be right, does it? Of course not. Of course not. I'm 48 for 48 so far. Okay, so Alison Gopnik. The answer to your last question, which is how can the few pounds of gray goo between our ears let us make utterly surprising, completely unprecedented, and remarkably true discoveries about the world around us in every domain and at every scale, from quarks to quasars, is that the how is directly related to the why. The why is if we can agent's going to find those ways. If a thing can have a fuller understanding of it and its place in the universe in order to navigate, it's going to find the thing. As long as search costs are either can be distributed or they're not too high or whatever, it's, it's going to find that thing. That's the why. The why is just because that's what things do. If they can build up the complexity of the if you can build up the complexity, so you have to probably have some type of physics, type of the physical landscape that allows for a certain type of complexity and layers of complexity to be built onto each other. If you allow that, then the amount of kind of levels of complexity of information gathering, processing, and orchestrational activities will then give rise to the ability of an agent to simulate itself and its environment in more and more accurate ways in order to search that environment in more and more accurate ways in order to do life, because that's what life does. That's my answer, and I'm sticking to it. So thank you, Alison Gopnik, for that question. And I just barely aced that one. Barely. There was a moment there, but then I got the hanging curveball and I hit it right out of the park. Okay. Our next question here is from John Gottman, another psychologist. I think I've had like 9 psychologists in a row. Hopefully he just used consciousness in a way that I can just poo-poo the notion and be done with the question. I haven't looked at the question yet. I'm physically not looking at it. Let's go back to this. John Gottman, who's a psychologist and co-founder of the Gottman Relationship Institute and an author of The 7 Principles for Making Marriage Work. That book fills a much needed void in my relationship life. Try to channel Meadowar a little bit, but anyway, nothing. These are words. I'm not. There's no relationship between this thing and the brain. There's no. Sorry, you can't ask for. You can't ask to comprehend anything that I don't. I certainly don't. What would the point of that? What would the point of comprehension be? John Gottman is a psychologist and the co-founder of the Gottman Relationship Institute and author of The 7 Principles for Making Marriage Work. Last question is, will a comprehensive mathematics of human behavior ever be created? These questions are they're not the same, but they are beginning to rhyme. So if I was being consistent, I would refer back to the answer to a similar question a few weeks ago. But who was that said a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds? I think it was Gallagher. Right before he smashed that first watermelon. Anyway, will a comprehensive mathematics of human behavior ever be created? Possible behavior, actualized behavior. What are you calling behavior? Is that only with that which can be measured through what type of system or whatever are you measuring behavior? I don't mean to get semantic, but I think you have to kind of get semantic on this stuff. I think this is a question a mathematician would never ask, because I think a mathematician would say, what do you mean? The mathematics of human behavior is always, it's always been there. We just it's just we don't know what to match up with what. It's there. It's been created. It's already extant. It's like of course. I mean, mathematics, a tiny subset of mathematics deals itself with it's a little arrogance on the mathematics thing, but hey, that's why a psychologist would ask this question and a mathematician would never ask this question this way. So a mathematician would say, of course, all human behavior is situated in the landscape of a certain type of mathematics. It's just that we're having a hard time determining the exact nature of the landscape. I mean, okay, let's think a little bit more concretely. Let's try and put some tether this to at least to philosophy, if not to actual reality. Okay, so let's say person X, we'll call him Joe because it's more personal than X, goes about his day and has a bunch of just different things that he does, and we can look at that on a context of, we can describe that particular human's behavior. It can be described. How are you going to even describe one human's behavior in one day mathematically? You gotta choose the right model. That's where the rub comes in. What are the what is the level of analysis and the model at which you want to describe the human behavior? It's like it's like somebody who's just like, well, what's the coastline of California? And you say, oh, there's whatever it is, I don't know. There's 700 miles of coastline, but it's like, well, wait a second, no. No, it's more like 2,000 miles of coastline if but then it's like, wait, it depends on the scale on which you're measuring it. It's near infinity. The coastline of California is almost infinity. It's like a hair's breadth from infinity if you just measure it on small enough scales. So, what are you calling human behavior? Are you by the nature of the question, you're assuming that it is responses upon which other humans will recognize and then can take into account for when they're accounting with that person. Like, okay, so it's almost like but the model in which you are conceptualizing behavior plays entirely into the mathematics of that behavior. You got to choose the right model. I believe 9% of what I said. If he's asking the question like, will human behavior ever be in a way solvable or predictable to a very, to 3 nines or whatever? I want to say at an individual level, no, but on group levels, it may be more predictable. Almost kind of like the quantum mechanics of the individual smears out into the classical mechanics of groups and societies and the larger rules that they must fit into, or the larger structures and logical kind of gates to which they must flow through that aren't necessarily the same as like the individual electron or the individual. I don't know if this is bad poetry or let's have fun with it. So the mathematician would say the mathematics is already there, but you just got to choose the right model. You got to choose the right inputs to your system to be able to describe it. Because behavior could be every time I tap my finger. That's a behavior. Do we want a system that describes that? Do we want to model when I blink? Is that human behavior? It depends on what you think is important. And as you're a psychologist, you would have your own set of what you think is important. You would not think that human behavior on the level of the Krebs cycle is important or informatically relevant. You may think whether somebody chooses to go to war, to to defend themselves, to donate to a nonprofit, to engage at a interpersonal societal level, which is perceived by other members as to this weighs, this has a consequence to the system. So it's dependent on the system that you're trying to describe is going to input into your mathematics, because the math is already there. I mean, shit, they've developed so much math, but you got to get the right model. You got to understand what you're talking about when you talk about behavior, and the math is easy. The math is easy. I'm not even going to do the formula. That's extra credit for anybody watching. On the other hand, not to contradict myself, but foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. Here's the idea. How would, in a way, it's kind of like saying, can a system completely simulate itself? That's another kind of way of saying it. If you could give a real comprehensive mathematics of human behavior, I think you'd run into problems with signal to noise ratio, and I mean, like, if a system, I mean, it's kind of like saying, can a system, I think it's kind of like saying, can a system fully simulate itself? I don't think that's almost the same question. And if a system could fully simulate itself, it wouldn't be the system anymore. We have an internal representation of ourselves and our environments. We use that to cognitively and physically navigate our environment. If we had a comprehensive mathematics of human behavior, we would, by extension, then have our model of ourselves would be undifferentiated from ourselves, or completely describable. And in that case, we would disappear in a puff of logic. So the answer to your question, John Gottman, your last question is, will a comprehensive mathematics of human behavior ever be created? And the answer to that is, if it was, it would be in a language which humans, by definition, could not understand. That'd be one thing AI could never tell us. Interesting question. Thank you, John Gottman. Want to see something magic? Watch this. Look at that. Look at it. It's getting light out. Christ. This next question comes from Jonathan Gotchkal. You'll excuse me if I don't pronounce your name correctly. Jonathan Gotchkal. Distinguished Research Fellow, English Department at Washington and Jefferson College, which is, I'm pretty sure, in Brisbane, Australia. Author of The Storytelling Animal. The Storytelling Animal is a all these interesting book titles. It's like I need to do the Neo thing. I need to do the I know Kung Fu. I need to do the I know the Storytelling Animal. But it's like there's so much I don't know. It's annoying as shit. So I don't even like going into bookstores. It's like you walk into a bookstore and you're like, I don't know any of this shit. Anyway, Jonathan Gotchkal's last question is, are stories bad for us? Well, obviously the answer to that is yes and no. Take it a level deeper. If we didn't need to have stories, if our consciousness were able to either evolve in such a way that we didn't need stories, or if we just didn't have the consciousness that necessitated stories. I think of stories as kind of like how do we lug around a library of our species, our way to navigate as a species? How do we lug that around with us conceptually, I mean, what do earthworms do? Do they have stories? What are the I would think that we wouldn't conceptualize earthworms as having stories, but they seem to do fine. Probably weigh a lot more than us if you weight them up. That's how you're gonna do the math. Just thinking they could be bad for us, but good for the universe, which I don't know what that means at all. Actually, I was thinking it was somewhat related to like the United States has a pretty crazy system of healthcare. It's very expensive and not a good bang for the buck. A lot of, but a lot of it's, private industry, and so there's not a single payer thing. So it's like you can get very. A pharmaceutical company can get paid for developing a very niche drug because there's going to be rich people that'll pay $1,000 a pill for it if it comes to that, or whatever. So the idea is that while like single payer healthcare might be a good thing for most Americans, it might be a bad thing for the world because it might disincentivize companies from developing new drugs because they don't have that buyer anymore. They don't have that incentive anymore. So it could be, bad for the U.S. or good for the U.S., bad for the world. Could be other things as well, but it's just that concept. Is there any way that concept applies to our stories that are bad for us? Well, what else could we? Bad for humans, good for the rest of the planet. I mean, man, who's us? And what are you calling stories? Religions are stories. I think you would be saying, yeah, religions are stories in a way. I'm talking about mythology is stories in a way. The cognitive framework that we use to communicate and encapsulate and they're the I like algorithms before we had algorithms. I mean, stories are fictions that it just depends. It depends upon the relationship of the story to its surrounding environment and its fitness landscape. So it's like the Bible as a set of stories may have been advantageous to people in the 13th century, may have been advantageous to certain people living in this 15th century, may be advantageous to some people living now. The reverse can be true for many things. It depends upon the relationship of the thing being told, the one it's being told to and communicated to, and the environment in which that thing is all operating. So it's like a systems function. It's not a that's when you're talking about individual stories. They become a function of the system in which they operate, and it's like a fitness landscape thing. It's it's like stories need to get updated, and certain parts of a story, like be kind to your neighbor, are good and they're going to last for a long time. Other things like don't ever eat seafood are going to go away, and blah blah blah, and they evolve as they update like the maybe faster than our operating system, but slower than stories are the software of the collective. Would it be better if we got by without stories? Kind of like asking, would it be better if we got by? It's kind of like saying, one way to conceptualize it, would it just be better if we just were never awake, or we just did shit? It's like, I can't remember who said this, but it was like somebody was like, I'm not surprised at how much we sleep. I'm surprised at how much we're awake. I I mean, if you think about it, it's like, why the hell are we awake? Why the hell are we conscious of all these things? We could do all these things and never be aware of them, or you know, that gets to, well, here you go. Here you go. Individual stories are subject to the laws of which we were talking about, where they can be good or bad for us. It depends upon how you oh, Christ. It depends upon the story's match to the receiver of the story, to the landscape. So it's like, if a story fits the success of the recipient of the story in a specific landscape, then that can be a good thing. If I'm going to give bad and good in terms of like reproductive kind of success, because I don't know what the hell else you going to call it. Let's just say reproductive success from an individual story perspective. Then they can be judged as good or bad relative to reproductive success. We'll just say it. We'll just put it that way. A level. Our stories in and of themselves is the concept of a story, is the ability for humans to conceptualize things as stories, good or bad. Well, two ways you could answer that. One would be, you kind of have to say yes, because would this have evolved if it didn't have a function? Like, would it have evolved if it didn't? It's a lot of horsepower. It's a lot of calories. It's a lot of whatever to be dedicated to something that just like doesn't have a purpose. So from a just very kind of pragmatic measuring the input perspective, it's like they have to be good for us in some way. But from another perspective, and thinking about this, stories allow us to represent our. They're another tool in the toolkit of having an internal representation of oneself and one's place in the universe and one's ability to navigate in that place. So they are a part of the cognitive toolkit that allows us to navigate throughout the world. And any agent that can represent itself, or that can have a self-representation, has the ability to do more things and to be more successful than an agent that does not have the ability to self-represent itself, because at least for this reason, it can contemplate behaviors in its model before it actually does the behavior in the real world. So at least from that level, the cognitive toolkit can be a very powerful toolkit. Stories are a data synthesizing and extraction and kind of it's fucking Claude Shannon. So the concept of stories is part of a conceptual toolkit. That toolkit will be more successful until it kills us. so yeah, it's a good thing until it kills us. But to answer it as seriously as I can, Jonathan Goshko, our story's bad for us. An individual story, the question of that on an individual story level on it can be answered, but you've got to take into it the story being told, the recipient of the story, and the environment in which that story is being told. And that includes, of course, all the other stories being told. That includes all of the relevant factors. And then you've got to say bad or good. You have to define it a certain way. if you're going to find it based on the success of whoever believes the story, and you kind of I think you have to say it because you're saying for us, so we have to be either the benefactors or the non-benefactors of the story. Then you have to determine it on the landscape of human success and reproductive, whatever you want, however you want to define that. I'll leave that up to you. But is the conceptual framework or the idea of stories, is it good or bad that we develop those? All you can say is that agents that develop their own ability to represent, to simulate themselves with this, is the specific manifestation. But any agent that can represent itself gains a whole nother level of potential ability to control its environment, search the potential costs for a wrong behavior are lowered because the wrong behavior could be simulated and processed and stuff like that. So yes, the cognitive toolkit that goes with that will lend itself to being valuable. So if your question is AI going to start inventing bedtime stories for its AI children? It absolutely is. And stories, yes, that's going to happen. So there you go. Thank you, Jonathan Garchka. I think I'm 50 for 50. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, F, G. Say if I get done with G, that's 7 out of 26, which I think is about 80%. So I'm almost done with this damn thing. All right, this might be the last one. This is the last one of beer. The camera's getting drunk. Next question from William Grassi, who is the interdisciplinary scholar and the author of The New Sciences of Religion, which is something I should take offense at, but yet am not, because our story's bad for us. William Grassi's question is, what knowledge and know-how are our descendants at risk of forgetting as our species passes through future evolutionary bottlenecks? Wow, that's... Is it an obvious? What knowledge and know-how are our descendants at risk of forgetting? So we've got to predict, not only predict the future, but predict the potentially forgotten risks in the future. Well, I mean, if I get the cut of his jib, one way of approaching that question would be, what could we anticipate as the future evolutionary bottlenecks? One may be tempted to think of our future evolutionary bottlenecks as constrained by biology, but I think we missed that exit 25 miles ago. the constraints now in terms of biology, in terms of evolution, are not in terms of biological evolution, I would say. And so the potential evolutionary bottlenecks are not biological in nature. So we have to start we have to start thinking bigger in evolutionary terms than just passing on genes, because I could have just stumbled on the problem. We might just forget about the idea of just passing on our genes, because we're just so in the cloud. We're so in the cloud, we're so untethered to our biology that yeah, but we're not gonna. Nobody's asking what knowledge and know-how. I love that. Know-how. Well, define the bottleneck, and you define what you what what's going to be the problem if you don't. How do you gotta know how to get out of the bottleneck, and words random come out mouth. I'm just going to combine knowledge and know-how, because if they're differentiated somehow, I don't think that has any meaningful impact upon this question. So I'm just going to say, what knowledge? I guess you can conceptualize know-how as like whatever. The bottleneck defines the important knowledge. So what's the next bottleneck? Obviously, that's assuming that there will be future bottlenecks. He's also saying, as our species. So I don't. This is going to sound Pollyannish and maybe dystopian at the same time, but I don't know that our species will ever pass through another evolutionary bottleneck. I think the next evolutionary bottleneck we face, we've got no right to call ourselves Homo sapien anymore. I may be lending too much weight and too much credence to all the shit that's going on with AI and technology and scientific advances and all this kind of crazy stuff, but civilization is on a technological ride. It's like we're riding this wave, and we think we're in control of it. We're really not. And we've got people trying to describe it and take advantage of it, and shit, they don't even know where half of this shit's going. And I don't. I think we come out of the next bottleneck we come out of, we're going to be Homo Claudus. Uh, you know, you know. What What can we not afford to lose? I mean, the cop-out answer to that is our humanity. That's the deepity answer, because we're going to forget what it means to be human as we advance and become more co-parasitic with and symbiotic with AI and with all of this augmented virtual reality, and as our ability to craft our own personalized ecosystem and environment, as that becomes more and more of a fruition. We lose our well, as we become less and less bound to the mechanisms of our biological upbringing, say it's not important anymore who your mother or father were, because you had the AI that raised you, and you got the implants to know kung fu, and and so what is the part of our biological origins that we can discard, and what is essential? I'm just going to keep trying to ask the question that he's asking in a different way until I come up with an answer. Which isn't circular or sorry, it took me too long. Water skiing. William Grassi. The question is, we are likely to forget and to lose knowledge of our ability to water ski, and that is potentially extremely dangerous. The next bottleneck we face, we're going to need to know how to water ski. All right, I'm tired. My brain is peak. My brain is tired. I'm tired, and I think I'm 52 for 52. So I think I'm going to stop that, and we'll pick it up on the flip side. So until next time, Kia Sorrento. You know what? I'm back. I'm back for one more. The world is beginning to encroach upon us, but I think I've got one more in me. One more question, one more answer in me, one more perfect. Yes. Anyway, I also have found a beer, and this beer is. Let me put it right there. If I could put it right there, so you can see it. Put it right there, so you can see it. It's a dogfish head. This is not as well known, but it's Palo Santo Moran, which is named after the beer by the exact same name. No, actually, it's because it is the same. It's a manifestation of the object class orientation. It's a instantiation. What'd you call it? It is a beer, and it's aged, I believe, or brewed or aged, or both, maybe in a strange type of, I think, Argentinian wood. I thought it had a very interesting characteristic to it, taste to it. So really, what? Oh, it's like it's oaky but not oak. And there's a little floral to it. Ooh. That's interesting. Oh, and I've got rotisserie chicken for breakfast. It's a good life. Okay, we are now to Kurt Gray, who is associate professor of psychology. I think it's been like 19 psychologists in a row that I with everybody with the last name Gray is somehow a psychologist. Or every once in a while they're a psychiatrist, but that's only when they're okay. Anyway, Kurt Gray, associate professor of psychology, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Co-author with Daniel Wegner, who I've also heard of, and I think he might also be in this list. Would not surprise me, but if he wasn't on the list, I wouldn't have been there yet, because Wegner, maybe somebody else was a co-author with him. Maybe he's a little lascivious. Wegner's a little authorially lascivious. Anyway, with Daniel Wegner of the Mind Club. Let's try that one more time. Kurt Gray is the associate professor of psychology at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. He's also the co-author with Daniel Wegner of the Mind Club. And he's a slut. Anyway, Kurt Gray's last question is, what will happen to human love when we can design the perfect robot lover? Oh man, I think we need video for this, because I think it's going to be a video demonstration. Let me see how the batteries are doing. I meant the battery for the video, not the battery for the robot lover, you cheeky monkey. While we're getting this set up, this is part of my play on the technical difficulties. What will happen to human love when we design the perfect robot lover? Well, thinking on my feet, literally. I mean, I hate to get in a war of semantics with Kurt Gray here. 50 Shades of Kurt Gray. But, what exactly is the perfect robot lover? I mean, you're packing a lot into that whole concept there, which I'm not sure we'd all agree on. even if you're just going to limit it to perfect for the particular person that you're talking about. But, hang on. Where's that? Why is that thing not? Oh, there we go. Man, technology is amazing. Technology. Look at you. Okay. Okay, so here we are, and we're recording, and we're back. What will happen to human love when we design the perfect robot lover? Let's just take this question and play with it carefully. I think. I hate to sit there and go back on definitions, but what do you call it? You call the perfect lover the perfect orgasm machine? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, I know. You know, are you talking about the you know, because even that, even for men, even for you know, the most, you know, men are the Neanderthals of the species, of course, in good and bad ways. Even for men, you know, even if you're just talking about an orgasm, it's not just physical sensation. I mean, there's so much wrapped up into that because we're not robots. That's half the frickin' point. So so if you're just talking about, you know, an orgasm machine, if that's what you're looking for, my number is 719. It was there. We're not going to design the perfect robot lover. We'll design. I mean, shit. We've already got freaking porn. I mean, we've already got. I mean, who? You know, why would you? You know, why would you? If you don't, why would you include anybody else? What's the point of that? Is it a lover just to have a child with? If you don't have to worry about a child, why don't you just self-adorn, self-adulate, self-pontificate? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it is just me. Anyway, I'm trying to be serious about this question because it deserves seriousness. There are some very potential risks that they're more than coming around the corner. We've been undergoing them for a long time now because we are moving away from our biological roots because we can, and the more technology is taking us for the ride that it is, the more that we will be able to move away from our biological roots, and won't have to necessarily have the nuclear family the way that it has been necessary in the past as much. I'm not saying that's necessarily a good thing. I'm just saying, hey, it's where we're heading. We're going to be less dependent upon, you know, the biology that got us here. It's just going to happen. So as a generalized version of this argument, I don't know the answer. I just know that it's coming. To the more specific thing you're talking about, bring it on, baby. I mean, love is so much more than love making. There's an interesting part, which is that if men and women can, there's potential for gain here, honestly. There's potential for loss or potential for gain. There's the potential for more variation and more freedom, if you think about it, because in many ways our relationships between men and women are viewed through the context of sex, of procreation, of children, of that whole thing. And I'm not saying it isn't possible to have men and women to have relationships that aren't, in which that isn't a lens in which the relationship is filtered, because of course there is. But there is still something fundamentally biological in the entire, just wrapped up in that. What happens? What's the opportunity for growth, for new avenues of learning and shared experience when there's potential for the sexual economics to not be as present, as prevalent as something that can tend to divide us, as the context for which we think about everything. Like, what happens when we can maybe divorce that, the world's going to blow up. There's room for growth, I think, actually. The larger question here is there is actually some room for growth when we will, and I think in a lot of ways, be able to kind of separate the biological impetus from the relationship potentiality of men and women, the masculine and the feminine. It won't be nirvana, and there could be some huge civilizational downfalls and doomsdays. But if we get past that, we might figure out how to be friends. So, Kurt Gray, the answer to your last question of what will happen to human love when we can design the perfect robot lover is we might actually truly figure out how to be friends to one another, men and women. Good question. Thank you. I'm going to eat some chicken. We are back. It's good to have you here with me. It's good for you to see me again. It is now day, I don't know. I'm not using days anymore. Of the coronavirus lockdown, shutdown, apocalypse, end of the universe. I see no reason to use units of measurement anymore. It seems fruitless. Maybe I'll switch to metric finally and start using it again. I don't know. It's been many moons. Wait, I don't even know what the moon is anymore. Anyway, it's been a few days since I recorded some answers. Just put it that way to the hard questions. Anyway, it's been pointed out to me by a friend that's watched, about 4 minutes of these things, that it's not necessarily the most entertaining endeavor that he's ever witnessed, and I just chuckled. I mean, this isn't entertainment. This is going to change the world. So he doesn't get it. Anyway, I think we're 44 for 44. So haven't written the formulas down yet, but that's just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. We left off at G somewhere, so let's... Oh, I've got my trusty aids here. I've got half a glass of Mountain Dew. After that, got a little 6-point sweet action. It is sweet and it is action. You know what I found a little bit is that a little bit of alcohol is probably not good for answering these questions, but it may be necessary, because at times I just struggle. I look at this and I'm just like, I can't even bullshit an answer. But you know what? You have a little alcohol and the synapses just swirl around a little bit, and it's just like you become looser intellectually, which is probably a bad thing. But if you are so tightly constrained into something and you're like, I don't want to say anything because I know it's wrong, alcohol is just a tool to be able to be just like, okay, who cares if it's wrong? Just say it anyway. It's so there you go. So that's my clinical evaluation of the effects of alcohol on stretching your brain way past the point of its inherent elasticity and its reach exceeding its grasp, so to speak. So anyway, I've got a little alcohol, I've got a little sweet action, got a little whatever I need. I am my constant. I've always had alcohol as an aid. Mountain Dew as an aid. Other things as an aid. My constant companion throughout this difficult intellectual journey. I have always had aids. Anyway, where were we? We were on the G's. Let me pull up where we were. Look at that magic. It's impressive. We're up to James Geary, who is the deputy curator, the Nieman Foundation for Journalism at Harvard. I like them apples. Author of Wits End. I've been called witty before, but they were only kidding. James Geary's last question is, why is the phenomenon too familiar to investigate? The hardest thing to completely understand. Oh, okay. Reminds me of this this phrase. What is it? It's something like the common man is fascinated by extraordinary things, whereas the extraordinary man is fascinated by the common things. I mean, it's like, and that's a little self-congratulatory towards the whatever. He's getting all Plato's cave with that shit, but I'm going to practice not saying I'm going to practice looking at the camera. Half of this exercise is actually supposed to be helping me to be in front of the camera, because I'm going to be a big movie star. Yeah, whatever. Gotcha. Got me. That need my special water for this. It's just water. Might save a little for later. Some Mountain Dew. Well, why is a phenomenon too familiar to investigate? So let's think of a phenomenon that's maybe too familiar to investigate, or so familiar to investigate. Being, just our consciousness feeling this thing. Well, it's because I want to say it's because like we have these tools that we have built that are like add-ons to our whatever our mental facilities are. So we've got these applications that we use. We've got microscopes and we've got telescopes and we've got rulers and we've got the versions of those that are intellectual. We've got theorems and we've got the scientific method and we've got the didactic, dialectic. We've got all of these things that we use to investigate how do I put this into words because I know exactly the right answer. It's the things that are so familiar are so built into us that they form the very structure of our existence. So to to be able to turn around and kind of look at that, it's like it's what gives us the very structure of our existence in the first place. So even the thought of kind of like trying to get underneath that and then look at it and be like, oh well, that's how consciousness works. It's stuff that's so at the very ground floor of our existence and of our ability to just make conscious thought of anything that it to turn it to turn well one to use the tools that it has created in order for us to go isn't really possible because they're part of the structure, so you can't really use those tools. At least it doesn't really work very well because they're like, how's a branch of a tree going to analyze the tree? It's like it doesn't even really make sense. But then you invent these other tools, but they're still constrained by the very systems of ideas and some systems of consciousness that we use to create them in the first place. It's very hard to I mean, there's a simple line in like A Beautiful Mind, I think it was. It's like they're trying to say why John Nash couldn't fix himself because like, and the guy's like, because it's you're trying to fix your brain using your brain. Your brain is the thing that's screwed up. How are you going to use it's a complicated version of that, but these things are built in so deeply into the very structure of our phenomenology, of the makeup of our consciousness, of our experiential being, that it takes the right kind of drugs to completely understand. Also, think about the word understand. It's like to stand under. You're talking about the stuff that is at the cognitive ground floor level. You're talking about, one's own experience of just being physical in a space. Like you never even think about why it feels like something to why your skin feels a certain way in the air, like why that feels a certain way. It's been built so deeply into the I just want to use like a computer term. It's like you can't you can't diagnose the operating system with the operating system. Or, it's like you can't, it just doesn't, you need to use a different operating system. Or you need to trick that operating system. I mean, I've heard tale that certain types of psycho wanna Lucy wanna play in the park with whatever. Certain types of drugs may at least give you the experience that you are doing that inception thing where you're getting kind of like inside the loop of your own consciousness a little bit. I don't know how you would scientifically describe that. I've heard the experience is incredible, transformative, sublime. I've heard that the feeling that you may be able to get is almost like it's like when you're old timey stuff where there's like they have like a magic show or something like that, and and it was like it looked like magic. Like, how is this working? Because you can't see anything. But then like they open up the curtains and you can see the the machine that moves this, and you can see the mirror that does that, and then you're like, oh, okay. It's like they open up the curtain, you can just see that, and you're just like, oh, I get it now. It was like I can see how the thing all works now. It's like I've heard that certain drugs, if taken in the appropriate doses and with due care and with an inquisitive and free flowing mind, can engender a feeling of that kind of gotcha, eureka, like, oh, I see it, towards all of reality in and of itself. I've heard. I don't know how to science that. I don't know. AI and certain types of drugs, believe it or not, are probably the best way to be able to investigate, because you have to get outside of the normal operating system in order to be able to investigate it. So it's either going to have to be other types of intelligence that investigate this, or it's going to have to be you gotta well you gotta study stuff that's outside of the mainstream. So it's AI, it's drugs, it's people that have conditions that are synesthesia and that kind of stuff, and split brain, and things that have unfortunate things, but also you're talking about trying to just also there's a problem with how do you objectify the inherently subjective. How do you study subjective experience and convey that objectively? I don't know if there's I know what red looks like. I don't know that you know what red looks like. So, James Geary, why is the phenomenon too familiar to investigate? The hardest thing to completely understand, because we're trying to use the tools the OS is built to investigate the OS. We're trying to objectively describe the inherently subjective, and you need other tools. You need to, if you're gonna peek behind the curtain, it can't be the normal curtain that's there in every moment of your waking experience, because probably all of your psychic whatever it is, and I don't mean psychic in a wishy-washy way, but I mean just mean the infrastructure of your being is built so that there's a curtain there. I mean, and it's never going to be open, because that would just break everything. So there's that curtain isn't supposed to go away. See, the only way you make it go away is if you consult other AIs that are like other intelligences that don't have the curtain. You take certain drugs to get rid of the curtain, or you investigate other people that have different issues, kind of mental brain issues that allow little glimpses behind the curtain because of their unfortunate condition. So that's how X squared, write it down. Interesting question, James Geary. These questions are all interesting. But that is to say, that one is it's a very interesting question. Anywho, okay. On to the next. All right. How does that show up? Oh, you lousy. You lousy. It's almost like things don't always work. You know what? I can't do that. Oh, there we go. Amanda Gefter. Let me make sure that's right. Yes. Amanda Gefter is a physics writer, author, and trespassing. Oh, and she's a trespasser. No, she's a physics writer and author of Trespassing on Einstein's Law. So, just the book titles of a lot of these people are just like, I gotta read that book. That's interesting. That's an interesting mental concept. Anyway, it's an interesting title for a book. Amanda Gefter's last question is intersubjectivity possible in a quantum mechanical universe? Okay, well this brings me back to my whole thing about this, is that I'm not going to cheat by making sure looking up intersubjectivity and what it means. I'm coming through these and I'm just rolling through them. So I completely understand quantum mechanics. That's not a problem. Yeah. I get I've tried to pet that cat, we'll say it that way. Is intersubjectivity, so intra would be inside yourself, so inter would be amongst other people. So I'm going to say it kind of means like, is it possible to experience another subjectivity outside of yourself, or communicate another subjectivity outside of yourself? I'm not even sure if that's what this is going to make me. This might have to make me break my rule, because I totally screwed this thing up, and what's the point of... You can tell I'm pretty sober, because I'm actually thinking about actually trying to figure this out. You know what? Apologies. I'm going to Google. I'm going to Google for 10 seconds. I'm a bad person. just to make sure I got this. Yeah, psychological relation between people. It is usually used in contrast to solipsistic. Ooh, I love the word solipsistic. I love solipsism. Give me some solipsism. The inherent, okay. Psychological relation between people. Well, I don't know why she's saying that, particularly in terms of quantum mechanics. I don't know that quantum mechanics. I'm not going to try and unwrap why she's saying quantum mechanics has much to do with whether or not intersubjectivity is possible. We talk about wave functions collapsing, and that's getting your specificity localized and I'm going to wipe away for a moment. I'm going to wipe away quantum mechanical. And I'm just going to say, is intersubjectivity possible in a universe? Let's, of where there are, is human intersubjectivity possible in a universe? Because we're going to, sexy as that. We're gonna talk about intersubjectivity between, beings that are physically separated. And let's just take that. Well, the hell are you gonna call intersubjectivity? Do you mean communication? Do you mean like some kind of complete mind meld, Spocky and, boom, and I just know exactly, if you're talking about communication and the ability for us to relate to each other and that whole kind of thing, there's a certain amount of that, which of course is possible. We know it's possible because that's how we've built our cathedrals of knowledge and experience to at least get us as far as we've gotten, which could be tumbling down at any moment now. I wouldn't know. I can't leave this these four walls. I think there is something about if you have a physical body, yes, just have to have great sex. No. If you have a physical body, I think, and you experience yourself as, this is so hard to even put the words around. Okay, there's a brain here. It's attached, neurons, blah, 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 to a physical body. So gives me a sense of place, sense of I am here, sense of this is the definition of me. It's not even talk about quantum mechanics. This is the definition of me in here. Now, if you're trying to say, I think that the very notion of that, the very notion of just that thing kind of precludes a complete mind meld or feeling that you are all in a collective or something like that. It's I don't even know if you need quantum mechanics. I think it's just the moment you have an identity which is subjective, it by definition, by a puff of logic, it precludes a complete intersubjectivity. If I know where she's trying to go here, can drugs make a difference? Hey, I've heard. Can the intersubjective experience and the amount of hive feeling, collective feeling, can the sense of oneness with the rest of creation be modified, be changed upon via altering one's consciousness via meditation, via, I've heard drugs, via whatever? I do think so. I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's not even subjective. That's pretty true. But I just think it's almost like definitional that you, as soon as you define yourself, as soon as you are defined as having a physical space and a physical whatever, that by definition limits your. You can feel one with somebody else, but you don't feel that you're not different. I mean, like that you are that person. You know, to be able to say, I feel I'm simpatico, I'm totally feel, like that, is at the same time to say I'm not. It says I totally feel you, I totally feel, and we're so in frequency that it weren't for the fact that we're two different people, we wouldn't be two different people, but we still are two different people. So I don't think intersubjectivity is possible in any universe where you have we could talk about networks and how networks work. Network theory. Just look at us as nodes on a network. What if the networks get so good that I'm gonna have to open up this beer because I have the right answer, but it's annoying me. I mean, I don't. I think it's technically not possible. I think it's definitionally not possible if you have creatures with machine parts. Just not going to work. If we were all in the cloud, would that make a difference? Now, I don't know that would make a difference either, because there would still be I think it's so deep that it's almost like it's the same. It's kind of the same thing as that question about could you ever experience what it's like to be an animal or something like that. I think it's the same thing. I just think you can't. You can never get all the way there. To get there, you'd have to be that other thing. And you can't do it. This might be the closest to not actually answering the question perfectly, accurately, correctly, so we can shut the door on it. I got it. But this was a tough one, Amanda Gefter. It took a second to completely get it, so I should be right back. So thank you, Amanda Gefter. That was a tough one. You almost got me, but it's deer ants. It's you do the powers after you do the parentheses, and then it's the multiplication first. I got it. That's the absolute value of yes. Next, we have. Oops. Hang on. Oh, come on. Yes, I do. Oh, shit.